I received permission in writing in advance of my visit to Ghost Ranch to film my stay for this vlog for my YouTube channel. In addition, permission was double confirmed in person upon arrival at check-in at Ghost Ranch. All of the native flute music that you hear in this video is being performed by my father, Paul Hillman. Thanks so much for playing this music for my vlog, Dad.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Ghost Ranch in Abiquiu, New Mexico, Georgia Keeffe country, where we will be spending the next 2 nights. So I'll show you the room that I stayed in, and we're going to explore all around the ranch. This is my very first overnight stay here at Ghost Ranch, and I've only previously done 2-day visits. I drove to Ghost Ranch from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where I was visiting my dad. And I drove right here to my Santa Fe Airbnb, all of the way from Orange City, Florida. Here's where I started my solo cross-country road trip from my home in Orange City, Florida to Santa Fe, New Mexico. And then from Santa Fe, I drove up here to stay at Ghost Ranch. You can see my road trip arrival into Santa Fe in part 4 of my road trip vlog, which also includes attending the Santa Fe tradition of the 100th burning of Zozobra. Along the road to Ghost Ranch, the scenery is exquisite, the anticipation is enthralling, and the stomach, it's a growling. And there's just one place that you must stop to eat as you get closer to Ghost Ranch. That's a stop for the best pizza at Mamacita's. It's a must stop for food. It's pretty much the only stop for food, and it truly is the best stop for food. So as we get closer to our arrival at Ghost Ranch, let's grab a pizza at Mamacita's. So this is Mamacita's Pizza. It is the place to stop. It is not only the best place to stop, it is really the only place to stop when you're getting close to Abiquiu. We're in Abiquiu, but when you're getting close to Ghost Ranch. And it is literally incredible pizza, and I'm gonna tell you a little bit more about it. So I was just talking with the owner, the one and only famous around the world, Mamacita. So the first time I ate here, how many years ago was it? I'm gonna say like 8-ish, maybe 9. And the pizza tasted so incredible that it reminded me of one of my favorite pizza doughs from New Jersey, and it's from a restaurant called Pizza Town USA. That was incredible in New Jersey. I ate there from when I was born till there may be a spot somewhere, not sure. But we spoke to Mamacita, and Mamacita said she gets her dough shipped in here to Mamacita's from New York. That's right. We've got dough from New York in our pizza, and she was just telling me now, we had a lovely conversation, that the dough is shipped in here by truck, and she's the only location west of the Mississippi that has this dough from New York. I asked if she wanted to be on camera, and here's why she declined. She's gotten so big. She said, been in New York Times, Post, news, television, interviews and stories that have been written about her and how incredible her pizza is here. She's been placed in the top 100 pizzas in the country. And there's a lot of pizza in the country. So she's not looking for the fame, but Mamacita, thank you, and we love you. And we're about to enjoy that pizza. Our Mamacita's pizza is here, and let's take a look. So one thing that was so cool was when she asked my name for the order, she said 2 R's or 1. I'm like, how'd you know it's 2? And here's my pizza, Starr with 2 R's. And Mamacita just brought it out and she said she appreciated me. Very, very personable and sweet to her customers. And here is our gorgeous Mamacita's pizza. And I'm just gonna let it cool a little bit. And then we're gonna dig in. Well, it's time to enjoy our first bite here at Mamacita's. I'm making a salad. I saw a salad on the menu. It's so hot. So good and such a special stop. So I'm going to bring some of the pizza with me over to Ghost Ranch and put it in my cooler, some of the leftovers. And we're almost at Ghost Ranch. So let's enjoy our little lunch, bring some with us. And it's a good place to carve up as we do here in the Santa Fe area. The best. The best. And now back to Ghost Ranch. Let's go take a peek at my room. So this style of fence wood placed like this, and on the ceiling, Mamacita just told me it's called La Tia. And I think it's absolutely gorgeous. Look at where we're having pizza. Okay, and a few things to take note. Here at Mamacita's, tables are for food, not for changing diapers. This is not a playground. Manage your children. If you didn't buy it here, you can't eat or drink it here. And I'm not able to show you any more signs. Let's head on over to Ghost Ranch. Thank you, Mamacitas. It was perfection. So the article that was written last year that Mamacitas blew up after was in the Washington Post. So I'm gonna go check that out. And Mamacita is so friendly and so personable. And I asked her about the cheese because it's incredible too. It's 100% whole milk cheese and it's addictive. The whole pizza is addictive. I should have gotten a salad. There's wings. There's so much. Let's go take a look at the menu. Thanks again, Mamacitas. See you next time. Welcome everyone to Ghost Ranch here in Abiquiu, New Mexico. In this vlog, we're gonna have an overnight stay. We're gonna check out the room, check out the dining hall, check out a class I signed up for, and just enjoy all the beauty and the magic and inspiration that it encompasses. Ghost Ranch means something different for everyone who visits. There's different reasons why people come. There's full week workshops. You can also come and do simply nothing and enjoy the silence, except for a car speeding by occasionally. There's swimming, there's kayaking, there's horseback riding, there's trails, there's hiking, there's ironwork classes. There's, which is like with soldering, there's painting, there's sketching, there's workshops. And tomorrow morning we're gonna do a class that's called sketching the morning, but we're gonna be painting the morning. And we're gonna have a peek at the outside of Georgia O'Keeffe's home. For me, this overnight stay has a special meaning, and it represents to me my mom. It's my mom who introduced me to Georgia O'Keeffe and her art. And my mom would paint like her and encourage me to do paintings like Georgia O'Keeffe as well. And my mom would say, I just want to dress in black every single day, just like Georgia O'Keeffe. And I always thought that was cool that she said that. And I got what she meant. Like Georgia O'Keeffe, she was iconic. And I dedicate this vlog to my mom, who was my best friend. and her name was Barbara. So this one's dedicated to you, Mom. And she always encouraged me to be creative in all variety of the field of arts. So let's go on inside. We're gonna go check in at the Welcome Center and we're gonna tour the room. We're just gonna have such a special time. And I'm so excited that you're here with me. It's just an incredible place. There's so much beautiful energy from the landscape. That's my favorite part, the landscape. The redness of the rocks and the different shades within them. And the redness within the earth, the sandy clay-like earth. It's all so exquisite. It's my very first time staying overnight here. So let's take a peek inside. They're rustic type accommodations. There's a whole variety of accommodations from you can camp, tent, RV. Also, there's rooms where you have like shared baths. You could have a private room. I booked a coyote suite, but I hear we're getting a tumbleweed room. So let's head on over and tumble on over to our room. Welcome to this very, very special place. And for Georgia O'Keeffe, what did Ghost Ranch mean? Well, in interviews with her, she talks about she first visited here in 1929. She eventually made it a place where she came for the summers. And she would stay in these summers partially as an escape from a really, what we'd call today, toxic marriage that she was in. And it was really courageous of her in the late, 1929, in the 1930s, to be living part of the year separate from her husband back in the 1930s. And she had also, while she was here, no electricity, no refrigeration. She would have to travel down like an hour and a half down unpaved roads to Santa Fe to go grocery shopping. She was here as a solo woman artist. And it's so courageous that she did it then. It's also very courageous for a female to do that now. And I really admire her. And she felt that she was responsible for her own happiness. And when she came here, she was so inspired by the landscapes and the architecture, like a lot of the adobes and the churches and the crosses within Santa Fe, the skulls she would find, all different elements that we're gonna see at Ghost Ranch inspired her art. There was a certain point where her husband became even more and more controlling of her life and of her art, what she could create, not wanting her to do a mural for the opening of Radio City Music Hall, and just really having a whole toxic environment. And he was having an affair, and at a certain point there, she stopped doing art. It was all too much for her. Then she moved permanently to Ghost Ranch. After his death, Ghost Ranch is where she found her freedom. It's where she was inspired to paint once again. Ghost Ranch gave her courage to be her true self. It was a home, and she found this home here. But even more than that, it was a place it was also a place where she could be at home with herself and who she truly was. It was inspirational. She was able to create, she gardened, and just lived this really beautiful life. At the time of her death, she still had in possession over 400 of her own paintings. And someone said to her, well, you've got all these paintings still, tons and tons have sold over the years. Now we're talking about in the 1980s. And they said, hey, you got all these paintings, because she died in 1986. And they said, are you going to build a museum for them? And she said, I painted them all. It's not my job to also create the museum. And it's incredible how this museum for Georgia O'Keeffe was created after her death. I think it was 1997. At the time, it's the only major institution in the United States that's dedicated to the art of just one single woman. And I believe to this day that the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum is the only museum dedicated to the art of just one woman artist. So you go, Georgia O'Keeffe, you got that museum and you didn't have to build it. So, well, let's have some fun, a real relaxing, peaceful time, and get some inspiration from the landscape and create and enjoy a relaxing visit. Let's stay overnight here at Ghost Ranch. We will be visiting the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum in Santa Fe a little bit later in this vlog. As a child and throughout my life, my mother always encouraged me to create art, and she would even frame and hang my paintings on the wall. My mother was an artist and an art teacher, and here she is sitting on the ground outside at home drawing when I was 3. When I taught art and photography classes, my mom would brainstorm lesson plan ideas with me and also assist me in the class teaching when she would visit Florida. She always shared with me about the work and life of Georgia O'Keeffe, and when I was 14, she gave me a blank white canvas and showed me Georgia O'Keeffe's Black Pansy and Forget-Me-Nots painting and asked me if I would like to paint it. And this is what I painted, and yes, I still have it 37 years later. She would sew us matching dresses while teaching me how to sew. She was always supportive of the shows and exhibits that I would enter and help me to prepare for them. Once we had our own mother and daughter art show, and she was my best friend. This Ghost Ranch stay is for you, Mom. And this is the Welcome Center here at Ghost Ranch, where I just checked in for our stay. And let's go inside the Welcome Center and check it all out. It's so gorgeous here. I could cry. Oh, just bear and mountain lion alert information. So this is the check-in area that I went to.
A little tough around here. We're a walk ranch, but what I suggest is for you to go up on the mesa here. So you're here right now.
And this is the map I received.
This here.
And let's see. So we're here at the Welcome Center. We're gonna come back here, make a right at the campground, and I thought I booked Coyote, but we're gonna be in Tumbleweed, right next to Coyote. We're gonna be a little tumbleweeds up on the mesa. Oh, there's our Georgia O'Keeffe. Oh, this hat. And some merch. We'll peek in the little gift shop in a sec. Oh, some water. So the Pedernal, we can see that out front. Some of Georgia O'Keeffe's art.
One of favorite things to do in her home was to climb a wooden ladder she had to the roof and look at the stars.
Ooh.
This inspired her painting.
Maybe we'll look at the stars tonight. And let's look at the gift shop. Hello, hi. Thank you. Some art of Georgia O'Keeffe's. We got some ice cream in here. Some snack items. Oh, this is a great color. Oh, maybe I'll get this one. That's really nice. Oh, we've got pizza. We've got our pizza from Mamacita. Oh, isn't that like the coolest hat? Oh, I really that. And look at this. Adorable Georgia books. Some journals. Some toiletry items and batteries. Soaps and lotions. So many awesome things here at Ghost Ranch. So we're all checked in. We were given a pink wristband that will get us access, I think, to the swimming pool, and it will also get us our meals. We're gonna have dinner tonight here, and let's go over to Tumbleweed and go tour the room. Tumbleweed. So we are just little tumbleweeds over here, y'all. We're in room number 3, so we have a code to get into our room. Oh, there's a gorgeous wind tonight. I can see Chimney Rock and Chimney Pipe Rock, Chimney Pipe Rock, and oh my gosh, the gorgeous mountain. I'm so excited. Let's go find our room. Okay, so here is room 3 in Tumbleweed, and our code I have. So let's go give it a try. Worked. So this is the view here surrounding Tumbleweed. And let's go into our room. So this particular room is a suite, which means it's got like a sitting area here. And is this our bathroom? No. Here's our bedroom. Ooh, this is a view of Chimney Rock. Oh, wow. This is probably bathroom. Okay, yes. Here's the toilet and the bathtub and shower and view from the bathroom. Our sink is right here. These are cool shutters. Let our view in and let the mountain breeze in. So super cute Southwest bedspreads. So it looks like a double bed and a single, or do they call this a double and not like a queen, or I don't know. 2 beds. And right above me, there is a ceiling fan on, and oh, what a cozy night it's gonna be here in this little tumble bed room. I love it. Oh, cool windows up there. Taking in our just extraordinarily breathtaking view. Oh, so it looks like I think there's is it an ice machine over there? Maybe. Or not, somewhere there is near us. Okay, no, it's not. So we have an adorable bench and red chair in front of the room where we can sit and enjoy our view. What a beautiful view. What a peaceful location here at Tumbleweed. Let's go like sit on the couch, try it out. So there's like two like wider couchy seats. We've got a little lamp and a dresser. Those will go on. There are some cups, bucket for ice. This is our info. So we have this bracelet to identify us. And they said that you could also just like put it in your wallet or just, you know, hold it on you. I think I'll do that. I'll probably put it in my wallet. And it says, "Ghostranch, your true nature." And it tells us that quiet hours are between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. And our meals are part of the package. So for an overnight stay in a room, it's required that you purchase it. So it's a breakfast, lunch, and dinner per night. So there's 6 meals. Tonight, we're gonna have dinner. It's 5:30 to 6:30. And breakfast is 7:30 to 8:30. Lunch is 12 to 1. There are no telephones in the guest rooms. Water and ice machine. Okay, let's see where. Oh, we have a water machine and an ice machine here. Okay, cool. Well, we'll go find that. So I'm gonna bring a few things in and we'll get ready for dinner. So for tonight's dinner, I drove down to the Welcome Center lot, and we're gonna walk down this path to the dining room. I'll see you at the dining hall. So this is called Georgia O'Keeffe Cottage. too cute. So it looks like we have the dining hall right there. Welcome to the dining hall, everyone. So it's right there in front of that gorgeous mountain. Isn't it just extraordinary? I love it. Perfect spot for us to eat dinner. Oh, good. It is the dining hall.
But I guess we've all got our.
So I see a lot of awesome table spaces to eat at. So it says dinner 5:30 to 6:30, and let's see if it's open. It says it is open to us staying here. So I see we have microwaves available in here, and they're setting up for dinner. Am I early for dinner? Okay, thanks. Oh, cool. Oh, it's in here. Okay. So I did that wrong. Oh, how cool. Okay, so this was our entrance for dinner. Right past the pool area. Let's see the pool. Okay, so it says, okay, cool. So let's take a little look, and then I'll come back and get our plate. So it is spaghetti noodles, gluten-free penne pasta, meatball marinara. Ooh, vegan meat sauce. Ooh, that sounds yummy. So we have roasted Brussels sprouts. Ooh, garlic bread.
Of course, I closed 7 churches. You know, all I do is close.
And then there is a Caesar salad.
Then you close all of them. Someone will fire you.
Caesar salad.
Oh, yeah. We're everything was Christ wanted. Believe in the resurrection and go up on the cross.
What is outside food?
So this is a gigantic dining room. Oh my goodness. What are the beverages? So there's coffee here, regular and decaf.
That's the right distance. Just put your fingers in front of it.
A juice machine that says cranberry, lemonade, orange, and apple. Looks like there's some beverages in the little fridge there. Some oat milk, half and half. V8 pineapple juice. Looks like breakfast cereals. And some seating outside. Let me scan that also. Oh my gosh, a little dessert spot. So this says, it looks like a carrot cake. Carrot cake with walnuts and pecans. Oh yeah, some fruit, more of the beverage machines, and look at our view. Oh my goodness, we'll totally go sit outside. Oh, that veggie meat sauce sounds incredible. Okay, so what was over here? Oh, more salad stuff. So there's the some croutons and toppings, salad dressing, and a salad bar. Okay, so we've got the lettuce variety, some mushrooms, looks like some little diced up cucumbers, broccoli, artichoke, chickpeas, beets, olives, and maybe that's feta. Okay, let's go and grab our food. Okay, so we're out here under the patio where we're going to have dinner for night one. And here's my table. So I have like the ziti penny noodles with the vegetarian sauce, garlic bread, carrot cake. I'll explain why there's two drinks. And a salad with lots of nice gigantic mushrooms, feta, beets. Oh, it looks amazing. So on one side of the room, out of the drinks, I mixed some cranberry juice with some lemonade, but then I spotted that there's iced tea. So later on with my carrot cake, I'm gonna have some iced tea. And oh my goodness, this is my very, very first time ever eating at Ghost Ranch. And wow, look at that veggie like bolognese sauce, right? And a beautiful salad. Let's try the pasta. It tastes very like impossibly, maybe boca, maybe it's boca crumbles. Delicious. Let's try the garlic bread. Dip it in the sauce. So let's go ahead and enjoy dinner and this spectacular view of we've got the Pedernal in our view, right? Enjoy, everyone. And there's our view of the Pedernal. Right there. So on the way back from dinner, it started to rain while I was walking back to the car by the Welcome Center. It was a beautiful rain. I didn't have my umbrella with me. It was so refreshing to feel this Abiquiu Ghost Ranch rain. I actually took my carrot cake to go and the iced tea. I'm gonna enjoy that sitting out on the porch here back at my room. And tomorrow we're taking the class called Sketch the Morning. So come and take a peek at that with me. What is this class about? Let's see. This tour in time to sketch and photograph takes us out into the landscape that George O'Keeffe loved to paint. The O'Keeffe house. We're gonna go to the outside of the O'Keeffe house. The inside tours were sold out already. The O'Keeffe house and this landscape are located in a private area of Ghost Ranch, only accessible on our Georgia O'Keeffe landscape tour, trail ride, and now on this new tour, which allows artists extra time after the tour. While traveling by van, so we're gonna take a van, to the places where artists can set up, we will look at some of her paintings begun in these red hills and colorful cliffs. Afterwards, there will be 2+ hours to sketch, paint, and take photographs. Intended for artists with some training, but everyone is welcome. Please bring your own materials and portable equipment. A sketchbook, watercolors, pastels, pencils, and or charcoal would be best. Also a broad brimmed hat, water, and sunscreen. Hi. So I'm sorry. So tomorrow we're going to go to some of the private areas of Ghost Ranch where we can see some of the landscapes that inspired George O'Keeffe's paintings. And we're going to see the outside of her house. I've never seen her house. So it's carrot cake time for me, and then I'm going to get together some of the watercolors and the supplies that I want to bring with me tomorrow on our private tour. So I'll see you in the morning. Good night from Ghost Ranch, and thank you so much for joining me for this overnight stay here at Ghost Ranch. Good night. And the carrot cake that I'm going to enjoy is going to be right out here on the porch on my bench. And there's not a star in the sky tonight. The sky is completely pitch dark, and it's only 8:49 p.m. Currently it's 67 degrees here in Abiquiu. It's going to go down to a low of 57 burr, but I did pack a coat. I'm ready because, you know, it's going to get cool up in the high elevation here. And I look forward to seeing you in the morning. There may not be a star in the sky tonight, and the mountains are asleep, but good night from the Starr. Good morning. Let's take a look at our morning view. This is from the bedroom window. Oh, what a gorgeous view of Chimney Rock. Look at the beautiful sunlight hitting the mountains. And there's our casita, our room number 3. Wow, that's stunning. Oh, that's just so stunning too. Let's go walk that way. But first, good morning, everyone. It's a gorgeous, a little bit chilly morning, and I actually should have a little bit more of a jacket on. I'm going to put it on before we head to our workshop this morning. And I slept awesomely last night, and it's just so beautiful to wake up to these surroundings. So good morning from Ghost Ranch. Let's go do a walk around. Oh, more mountains. Wow. So that group of rooms is the Coyote, if we were gonna stay there. And there's a Yucca building and I think, I don't know, a Roadrunner, maybe. And here's the back of our buildings. Here's more of the Chimney Rock. Oh, wow. Okay. So there's the dining hall, the swimming pool. So this looks like there's a, what's this sign say? Is this the path down if we wanted to walk? Huh. Trail to dining hall. I mean, it looks a little steep. It actually is described as being steep. I mean, oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know. I honestly, Oh, I see. Okay, so it curves around. Well, I mean, it's not that bad. What's the rest of it like? Let's see. I'm actually gonna eat breakfast at the room this morning. I had brought some oatmeal with me, but oh my goodness, these mountains. Yeah, I mean, it's not like stable or like paved. Whoa. Oh, really? So then they want you to go over that. Ha! That. This is the path. I don't mind driving. And parking at the Welcome Center and walking over to breakfast. And the moon is still up. I have to look up what those other buildings are. I think that back there could be one of the many art centers, and there may be the Zen Garden, or it might be the next spot. That's my favorite mountain. I don't think it's showing up now, but yeah, the different shades of color it has is extraordinary. Well, all of them, right? Okay, well, let's climb up our path. So what a glorious morning here at Ghost Ranch. And thank you all for doing this overnight stay with me. We're gonna go ahead and have a little bit of oatmeal. Oh.
Let's try that again.
Well, what a glorious morning here at Ghost Ranch. Let's pretend we just walked up this entire trail. And we're gonna go take a walk around and look at Chimney Rock over there. And I just spotted this cactus. I'll show you that in a second. Thank you so much for staying at this overnight getaway here to Ghost Ranch along with me. And I'm excited to go have breakfast on the porch and go head to our class. And let's go look at this cactus. It's this one. Is that, what's that one called? I think it's like a prickly pear. I saw one with like, well, something pink on it. Let's see. I'm gonna go grab a jacket too. Now, where'd you go, Mr. Cactus? Oh, there we go. Let's zoom in. Right? Similar? Oh, that is definitely a prickly. I think it's a prickly pear. Let's see. Right? I've got the ghostranch cactus on me. Oh, so I meant to tell you that there is ice. Wait, that's not the ice. Is that the ice? No. There is. Wow. What's this? Some sort of like space to hang out. Oh my gosh. This is like really cute. A fridge. Housekeeping prefers you to label your food. Oh wow, and a microwave. Oh, I could warm up my oatmeal in water. Oh, so was this open like all the time or certain hours? Oh, this is so cool. I did put ice in my cooler. Oh my gosh, the views from every window. So I was fine, but I do know they allow you to have food and things at certain fridges that they have on property. I didn't know a microwave. And here's where we can refill water. Oh, sweet. So, what was this labeled as? Nothing. Awesome. Well, that's a cool spot. Love it. I don't know why, but this like cot and some like laundry and stuff have been like outside since I first saw it all. So. And we'll go walk and look at the view of Chimney Rock around the bend. Wow. And the Pedernal. Our building. So it's really cool because we do drive up high to the mesa here where the coyotes are located, and I make a right turn at Yucca, and then we're here at Tumbleweed. Right by my favorite mountain. This is how like we come up here. It's like pretty fun. I think it's like in the upper 50s. So like our low temperature of the day is like now. The silence is just gorgeous, and the earth feels amazing. I can smell like these blossoms. And last night in the rain, it did smell absolutely beautiful. Hi. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the oatmeal and have our little breakfast on the porch. And then I'm gonna gather up the supplies to go take with us. I'm gonna drive down to the Welcome Center. We're gonna check in for our workshop. It's so beautiful.
Ordinarily in my vlogs, I'll cover up with music something I don't want you to hear. Maybe I cough and I want to cover it up, or someone else is talking, that it's better to cover up with music. In this vlog, you're going to hear me short of breath a lot, and there's going to be a lot more of it. And that's because in Santa Fe and in Abiquiu, I do get altitude sickness. Santa Fe is over 7,000 feet and Abiquiu is over 6,000 feet. One of the ways it does affect me is shortness of breath, but I am keeping most of it in this time because there's also the sounds of me walking upon the gravel and the grit and the earth of Ghost Ranch, and some ambient sounds and even some silence in between the huffing and puffing, that there's just so much beauty within these sounds that are there in the air and Ghost Ranch that I did keep it in. It's also the reality of me in Santa Fe and in Abiquiu. So please excuse the shortness of breath, but it's part of my experience. So here, I had actually just taken my microphone off and put it in my back pocket when I was posing for those screenshots. And so you actually can't hear me and hear much of anything. So I'll play a little flute music by my dad.
So let's enjoy our morning view with our oatmeal. Ignore that there's a cot over there. And I thought like, oh, how cool. Let's have like, just a quiet morning here. We don't need to go down that trail or drive down quite yet to join the dining hall. Although we could have, the coat's a little bit much, but it feels cozy right now. I've actually been envisioning this moment for so long to enjoy breakfast out here. Something like about your last, how you feel.
Oh, it's just, so, yeah. I have a new spiritual home. I used to go to North Wales, but it's so far to go. I live in Galliano Island, which is near Vancouver. We're just north of the San Juan Islands.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, that's really beautiful there, but you need another place and a contrast. And what could be more of a contrast from rainforest, ocean, whales, eagles, to this?
Oh.
So it's, yeah. It's
Oh, I'm so
beautiful.
happy you're here. Oh,
I am too.
okay, extraordinary. Thanks for sharing your feelings on that. Oh, bye-bye. Bye. It's her last morning today. She's leaving, so she said she was going to be feeling sad. But that's cute how she said that. Her new spiritual home. Are we seeing the sun peek out above there? I've got my orange juice with me. I want to drink this before the class, which could be dangerous. And I brought a banana, which is also good. And the altitude, the bananas and avocados. Oh, I want to read you what it said on the map about the altitude. So it says altitude. Ghost Ranch sits at 6,500 feet. At this altitude, some may experience varying degrees of exhaustion, dizziness, or chest pains if not acclimated. So maybe you just flew or you're gonna just fly into the area to go directly to Ghost Ranch. Your body hasn't yet acclimated. Or maybe you just haven't fully acclimated, even though you've been here a little bit. You may feel some of those symptoms here. To minimize the symptoms, pace yourself, increase water intake, and reduce caffeine. That's a good one, right? Use sunscreen and wear a hat. So it's important to know because like the first time I visited Santa Fe, I had no idea about the mountain altitude sickness or how it may affect me. So this is good that, they explain that here because I did feel it even at my first visit to Ghost Ranch, the symptoms of the mountain altitude sickness. So that's why we've got extra water that we're drinking and taking it easier. I also increased the amount of food I was eating on my first week here. And like I mentioned, the oxygen, which I also brought with me. And that stop in Amarillo for the 2 nights, that really, really helped as a midpoint of the acclimation. It looks like we've got the sun coming up now. Ooh, breakfast sunrise. Wow, this is the best. I'm glad we were here for breakfast. The first morning sun peeking out over the mountain. So I'm gonna finish this breakfast as we watch the sunrise and gather the materials for the class. There's a Chimney Rock trailhead. It says it's located behind the museums, past the Coral Block Complex, cross the arroyo, and follow the trail up the ridge. From the top, there's an excellent view of Piedra Lumbre Basin. The trail climbs from 6,500 feet to 7,100 feet. It says it's about 3 miles round trip, 1.5 to 2 hours. So there's information on every single trail here. And let's get ready for a workshop, a little bit more of the sunrise. Wow, sunrise breakfast. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, this is so special that we caught the sunrise. So great view from the mesa of the sunrise. This was a surprise, sunrise surprise. So if you're in Coyote, Yucca, this whole area here, Tumbleweed, got a little sunrise morning view for us all. Or come on up to the mesa. There's trails. Good morning from the sunrise here at Ghost Ranch in Abiquiu, New Mexico. Good morning. So I just checked in inside the Welcome Center for our Sketch the Morning tour workshop, and we're here at the Ghost Ranch van. Isn't that cute? And we're ready to go out. So she said she's gonna take us through some landscape areas, and then she's gonna abandon us to create.
So, Miss O'Keeffe grew up in the Midwest, actually. She grew up in Wisconsin, Starr, Wisconsin. And she and her family were pretty comfortable when she was a child. But by the time she hits her teens, tragedy hits them in the form of tuberculosis. They lose a whole bunch of family members, and they end up having to sell that farm. They choose, their nuclear family chooses to go to Williamsburg, Virginia at that time. And when they get down there, things get even worse. Southern neighbors think they're Yankees, won't patronize the business they try to start. And so Miss O'Keeffe in her short life has known financial comfort and stability for a lot of her young life, and then a lot of hard financial times. And those hard financial times go on for a while. And her mom's running the house as a boarding house eventually, and her dad becomes itinerant looking for work. Education's super important to their family. So even though they're having those kind of struggles, they make sure that Miss O'Keeffe gets through university. It takes her a while. She does it in bits and pieces. But when she gets done with her university time, she ends up taking a job in Amarillo, Texas, teaching high school art. And she falls in love with that Texas landscape. She loves those wide open spaces in Amarillo. If you've ever been to Amarillo, it's flat as a pancake. She loved that big wide open space. And she starts to do paintings like this. This is an early watercolor that Miss O'Keeffe did in those early 19-teens in Texas. And she loved the sunrises and sunsets, the colors of those. And this one's called the Evening Star, so that's probably Venus. And she also is doing some kind of stark line drawings in that period because she's been studying calligraphy and Chinese art at university as well. And in 1917, her mom dies in 1916, actually, finally from the tuberculosis that she catches. And then in 1917, her youngest sister, Claudia, comes to stay with her in Texas. Claudia is the youngest child in the family. And the two girls, while they're in Texas, decide they're going to go on a big adventure, going to go to Colorado. And they're going to go through the panhandle of Texas to get there. But the weather diverts them. They end up taking a train the entire length of New Mexico. And they stop in Santa Fe in each direction on their way to Colorado. And Miss O'Keeffe falls in love with New Mexico in the same way she does Texas. She actually writes to her correspondents at that time, and she says that the wide open spaces in New Mexico are even bigger than the ones in Texas. And she also says that forever after that first visit, she was always coming back. Wow. But she doesn't get here to Ghost Ranch until 1934. So this first set of paintings I'm going to share with you, she did in 1934 and 35.
Wow.
And the very first one I wanted to share with you, she calls Lavender Hill Forms. And we're standing right in front of these hills. So if you use Chimney Rock as a landmark and come straight down from it, it's going to bring you out right over this triangular shape. That probably is the reason she chose to do these particular set of hills. And it's also interesting to note that Miss O'Keeffe isn't choosing to do the drama of Chimney Rock. She's choosing this very modest landform. And you're going to see that she'll make that choice over and over again with what she frames up to paint here at Ghost Ranch. Triangles are also quite important. And Miss O'Keeffe at university had a professor named Dow, and he really encouraged his students to work in series. And Miss O'Keeffe does that her entire long career.
Work in
Series. So she is producing art from her mid-20s until her mid-90s, and she's often working in series. And so this is the same location, the same summer, 1934. But Miss O'Keeffe is capturing it in a really different color palette. And she liked to do that, where she'd visit the same location, but capture it in different light. And the second one she calls Purple Hills Ghost Ranch number 2. And we don't have in the archives at the museum in Santa Fe or in private ownership a Purple Hills Ghost Ranch number 1, which begs the question, well, where did that go? And by the time Miss O'Keeffe gets here in 1934, her life circumstances are incredibly different than they were in 1917. By 1934, she's a New York celebrity artist, quite wealthy. And when she comes to Ghost Ranch, by that time, she's curating her legacy. And so she destroys canvases she doesn't think are of a high enough quality to move forward into her body of work. Miss O'Keeffe was also, as I said, wealthy, so she wasn't like a garret artist where she had to paint over canvases. She wanted a fresh one each time. So she'd slash the canvases with a knife that she didn't like. She'd let them build up, and we know of one occasion where she burned 40 paintings in one evening here at the ranch. She was also editing her sketch pads and such to get rid of things that she didn't think were of a good enough quality. And then the last one I wanted to share with you here, Miss O'Keeffe calls Cedar Tree with Lavender Hills. And I see you've already spotted the tree. It's right there in front of us. She painted this in 1935. And I always joke, it was dead in 1935 and it's still dead today. We don't know how long the tree was dead before Miss O'Keeffe chose to paint it. But, you know, here more than 80 years on, it still looks pretty much the same as this painting she did in 1935.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the rest of those are cedars.
And it's actually a juniper stump, not a cedar. She'd been in Texas where they call the junipers Texas cedars. So, yeah. It's really fun to get to see this tree still in the same condition. And the botanists tell us it could stand like that literally for hundreds of years, barring a scrape from a elk trying to get his velvet off or a lightning strike. They say it could stay there for a long time. All right, we're going to pop back in, get down the road a bit, and then we'll get some other things.
Buy the ranch themselves?
Some people on horses. Maybe it's a round tree.
That horse has left the barn.
Say that again?
He said I could take the horse tour, and I said my horse has left the barn. I'm a little too old for that. He fall off the horse. It's bad.
Yeah, I used to show horses when I was a young person, and I even feel like I'm too old for horses these days. Unless I had a really, really gentle, mellow one.
These all look pretty mellow. But you can have that one.
Just doesn't care for you.
So the cedar, cedar and aspen.
And again, Miss O'Keeffe is selecting this triangular shape and also these V shapes. And this one is called Small Purple Hill. And she did it in 1935, as I said.
Did she do many of those ones as well, or
Did she?
do a series of that one? Or
You know, I'm not sure that there's a particular series of this one. We have a lot of examples of series. I don't have it. This particular one that she did multiple paintings of.
Right, that's all right over there.
Yeah, while we're here, we'll do a tiny bit of geology because this is a pretty amazing formation. The red soil with the gray streaks running through it is called the Chin Formation, and it's about 205 to 220 million years old.
Oh my God.
And it was deposited as sediment when this was a part of the supercontinent Pangea, and it would have been near the equator at that time. And the red soil is called siltstone. It's granitic in nature, so it's gritty. The red color comes from high concentrations of iron oxide. And then the gray streaks are volcanic ash deposits. And there, during that geologic time period, big eruptions, the volcanic ash was falling in with all the other sediments. It was a swampy, subtropical kind of a rainforest setting with slow-moving water at that time. And the ash was really fine and compacted really tight and excluded some oxygen from those ashy layers. And so that's on the ranch where we find our best examples of Triassic fossils. And the ranch is a world-class site for Triassic fossils. We're quite well known for it. O'Keeffe gets really involved with the paleontologists. She likes to hang out at the dig sites and gets to be friends with them. And one of the paleontologists who knew her said that he wished she had become a scientific illustrator instead of a fine artist, because her bone depictions were so accurate. And then in honor of her love of the paleontology here at the ranch, they named a dinosaur species they found in 2012, I believe it was, and it was named after Miss O'Keeffe. So there's a small dinosaur species called Abiquiu keeffe.
Oh,
Terrific. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and do the rest of the geology. So the shear sandstone. Her long career, she would get, I'm going to go ahead and use the word obsessed with different shapes at different periods. And in the 60s, she was doing a lot of stuff that was dendritic or branching, a lot of abstractions, things that look like riverine systems, literally placing branches in vases and painting them. So this was a bit unusual. And this one's become one of my, and they're, she and Stieglitz are in a mentor-mentee relationship. They're all communicating via letter. And a couple of years go by and it becomes World War I. And Miss O'Keeffe gets the Spanish flu. And she actually gets so ill she has to take a sabbatical from her job in Texas. She goes to San Antonio and she's being cared for by friends there because she just doesn't have any money. And Stieglitz and Strand become aware of this situation through the letters. And Stieglitz gets really concerned. He's afraid she's going to die, actually. And he gets so concerned that he wants to know what's really going on. But Stieglitz was not a person who liked to travel to New Mexico. So she and Stieglitz are having their affair. They're totally smitten with each other. And that goes on for a few years until Emma finally gets fed up. And Emma gives an ultimatum to Stieglitz, and Emma finally divorces him. And so then Miss O'Keeffe and Stieglitz lived together for a few years without marriage, which was considered incredibly scandalous. We're still in the teens and early 20s. And then they marry in 1924. And by 1930, Stieglitz is having an affair with someone else. And her name is Dorothy Norman. Dorothy Norman is a married person. Their affair is just as public as the O'Keeffe affair was. So now Miss O'Keeffe knows all about it. And she's able to ignore that affair for quite a while. But eventually, she hopes it's not going to last, but it lasts clear to the end of Stieglitz's life. So Dorothy Norman becomes a figure in their relationship. And Miss O'Keeffe's able to ignore it for quite a long time. But eventually, Stieglitz starts to invite Dorothy Norman and her husband to come and spend the summers at the Stieglitz summer home with the family, which would have meant Miss O'Keeffe and the mistress in the same household. And she wasn't quite ready to do that. So she actually starts to come to New Mexico to avoid that situation. And then she comes to New Mexico every summer until Stieglitz dies in 1946. So, that's quite a number of years. And she comes here first to Taos, and she's invited to Taos by a woman named Mabel Dodge Lujan, who's quite an amazing figure on her own, a very wealthy socialite. She and her fourth husband, Tony Lujan, built a beautiful home there in Taos with lots of guest bedrooms. And what Mabel liked to do was have salons. And she invited everybody who was high profile in the world of literature, fine art, filmmaking, academics to all come and hang out there. And so Miss O'Keeffe was one of those people invited. And she enjoyed the atmosphere for a while, which was, it was considered quite a party place. They called it Mabeltown. And after a while, she gets bored. And she says that for every night of partying, she lost 3 full days of work. And so she wants to leave Taos. But as I said, she arrived by train. She doesn't have a vehicle. But the Luhans are so wealthy, they have some of the very early cars. And so Miss O'Keeffe talks Tony Luhan into teaching her how to drive. And after just a couple of terrifying weeks for Tony, Miss O'Keeffe is ready to order a car and have it sent to her in Taos. And this is a photograph of Miss O'Keeffe in that vehicle.
Yeah.
She had it modified at the factory, so it cost almost $700 in that time period. She had the passenger seat removed totally so she could keep a small table there with her painting supplies next to her. And in this photograph, she's in the rotating front seat that would lock. She's facing the very back of the car. She's using the back seat as an easel. And she turned the car into a mobile studio. And that's how she was traveling around northern New Mexico and how she arrives here at Ghost Ranch. This particular photograph was taken in 1937, and 1937 was the very first year that Miss O'Keeffe gets full access to the house we're going to see in just a minute. She started to rent it in 1936, just a portion, and then the next year she was allowed to rent the entire thing, and she was really pumped. And so she invited a lot of her really good friends to come and stay. And the person who took this photograph was one of her very favorite traveling companions. They have a parallel body of work because they were often in the same places together. He would be photographing, she'd be painting. A very famous black and white photographer. Anybody wanted to guess? Ansel Adams. So Ansel took this photo of her in 1937. Another person she invited to the ranch in 1937 was a man she met in Taos, and his name was Gerald Hurd. And Gerald was a Irish poet. He was also a very famous professor at high-profile schools in the UK. And he was offered the very first chair of anthropology at Duke in America in 1937, and he came to take that position. She invited him to come to the ranch and stay for a few weeks, and he did. And Gerald's area of study was Eastern religions, and he practiced a form of walking meditation that was Buddhist in nature himself. So Miss O'Keeffe would get up in the morning, go off sketching with those dogs. Gerald would get up and walk the desert and look for something he considered sacred. And then he'd circumambulate it like you would a Buddhist stupa chanting. So this tree, we believe, is the one behind us, painted from the Arroyo side. And that's also obviously what Ansel caught her painting. And this painting is called Gerald's Tree. After he went on his way, she found his footprints around it, but not only his footprints, he'd scratched a poem in the earth that she could still read. And so this one is Gerald's Tree. And then we're going to go up this way a little bit. Hired herself. And so this one she proves her original. And what she's selling are the big flower paintings that she's doing up at upstate New York at this Stiglitz summer home, and then the skyscraper paintings. And she's doing in winter. She wants to live in high-rise apartments. And so when she starts to send things like this back to New York to the gallery, New York is really in our basin. In Spanish, it's called Pedernal, and in the Tewa language, or with the Pueblo language, it's called Siping. And those names both translate to something like flaking mountain, flinty mountain. And the mountain has a big deposit of chert or flint on it, which was an incredibly important tool-making material. And so the mountain gains this incredible importance from clear back to about 9,000 years ago to today because of this chert. And so the Navajos still consider it a holy place. They say that their creatrix being changing woman emerged from the top of this flat mountain, wrapped in colored light. Tewa people use it as a navigation tool between their Pueblo communities. Miss O'Keeffe also thought it was a holy place. And famously, she said she had a conversation with God about this mountain. And she said God told her that if she painted it often enough, she could have it. So she painted it at least 28 times that we know about. And again, in that last period of her life, when Juan was her assistant, she asked Juan to take her ashes to the top of Pedernal after her death and spread them on a day when the winds were blowing strongly towards the ranch, which he did. So there's no gravesite for Miss O'Keeffe because her ashes are on Pedernal. And this painting is called Pedernal with Red Hills and Clouds. All right, we'll go ahead and get off the road, let this person go by.
Know what she meant about finding his footprints in the
Yeah.
That's neat.
And it frames that flat top mountain, Pedernal. So that was her view to the south. Arthur was the second owner of the ranch during the Dude Ranch era. He was a guest of the first owner, Carol Bishop Stanley. He was a very wealthy person from Princeton, New Jersey. And one of Arthur's Arthur's claims to fame was that he was the founding editor of Nature magazine.
Oh,
so
really?
when Arthur comes here, he brings a conservation ethic with him. He comes after he builds this house, after he buys the ranch from Carol Bishop Stanley. She sells it to him in about 1934, 35. And Arthur builds this house for his family and himself, and they were very wealthy people, so they came with staff. And they came with a cook and a housekeeper, a nanny for their daughters, and they also brought a tutor, a young man who just graduated from Princeton with a degree in archaeology, because the nearest school is 30 miles away, Espanola. And they were out here for about 2 years, and Arthur came home one day, and no one was here.
Oh, you got it. That's a big step. You don't have a little step like we have.
No.
Oh. Do you prefer to sit where I'm sitting, Jody, or are you okay up in the front?
I'm fine.
You got that cane, which helps her. Michelle's never going to let you forget how useful that cane is now.
I know.
First house, Miss O'Keeffe's generators. She had a well on site. She needed to be able to pump water. So she wasn't producing electricity to power the house. She was pumping water. They didn't bring power into the ranch until they built the big highway and the dam. All that came in the late 50s and early 60s. So there were many, many years where Miss O'Keeffe was here unelectrified. A lot of people think she owned the entirety of the ranch, which was 30,000 acres back then, but Miss O'Keeffe only ever owned the 7.5 acres that was inside this fence line. And none of this fencing would have been present when Miss O'Keeffe was alive. She didn't like anything to block her views. She seldom even used the curtains. This fencing was put up by Juan after her death. What else can I tell you about the house?
Did you have indoor plumbing?
No, not at that point. Yeah, there is now. But way back in that time period, no.
Did she have a cook here? What did she cook?
She did. She had staff. Not all the time, especially when she first arrived, she was a little more independent, but as she settles into this life, she does have a lot of staff people. So she had housekeepers, she had cooks. She hired Juan actually early on to be an assistant. He would like build the canvas frames and stretcher canvases, ship things for her, that kind of stuff. This little tiny building over here is the tack room and shelter for burros. When Arthur built this place, he called it Rancho de los Burros because he caught wild burros that he trained for the children, and they rode them around. Miss O'Keeffe used it as a garden shed.
Yeah.
So,
You mentioned that they don't plan on allowing people to.
they would eventually. Last time I talked to the curators, it was still, they thought about 7 years out before that could happen. But they do want to open it to the public. And a part of the barriers are that there's a lot of work that needs to be done to the actual building to make it, solid and safe for guests. And then they would like to enter from the highway. And there's kind of a big red roofed building over there that used to be a Forest Service facility. So they would have to negotiate with the Forest Service and Ghost Ranch to build a road, which is a big deal.
It's a huge deal.
You know what? I think that Julia wants us to move. Let's go ahead and we'll kind of turn around. We'll let them come in here and look at the house, and we'll look at some other stuff.
What's the building to the left?
Say it again.
The second home to the left?
It was actually first to house generators, and then it's a guest house.
Oh, okay, thanks.
After they brought the power in.
So we have George O'Keeffe's house over here. And she called these the curtains she could see from her bedroom window.
He said if you gave your work away, it devalued it. And so she seldom gave work away, but she, in perpetuity, gave permission to the chamber to use several of her paintings in her constantly because she was a lot of custom.
I love the color of the earth. So right here is the spot that I chose to get abandoned in. I'm gonna lay down the tarp to sit on, have a little picnic, and do some art. They did offer me, our tour guide Susan offered me a chair, but you know, I'll just go for the tarp, get to be on the ground, feel the earth. And I was gonna pick another spot to start at where that one tree was, but then I realized I'm right across from Georgia O'Keeffe's house. Got the Chimney Rock, and this is one's called Chimney Cliff. I'll show that. And like, nice shady spot, it's quiet. Perfect spot to create in. I got the Pedernal right there. Okay, yeah, so that's called Chimney Cliff. That sounds like Jiminy Cricket, doesn't it? Chimney Click. We'll just call Chimney Cliff Click. Chimney Cliff. This is I'm saying the brother of Chimney Rock. Which I see from my bedroom, and Georgia O'Keeffe saw from her bedroom. So this is where I'm gonna hang out. I'm gonna have a donut I brought from my B&B in Santa Fe. Here's my setup. And right over here is Georgia O'Keeffe's house. So I think is it that one? We're just gonna paint at her house for a little bit. And it's about, I don't even know. It's a little after 9:30, but Susan's available to pick me up from wherever I am from like 11 o'clock on. This is like the coolest thing in the world. I'm literally abandoned at Georgia O'Keeffe's house. So I just had a bunch of water. Let's have some more. And I'm gonna have my donut. And when we go back to headquarters at the ranch, we can go down to lunch. That'll be awesome. So I'll show you guys lunch. Then I'm gonna do some photography this afternoon. Very much inspired by Georgia O'Keeffe, so I'll show you that. Got a napkin. And let's have our little picnic. I can't believe this. A little rocky. We had to stay on the road or the arroyo, which are washes, like the natural washes. I think that's what our path is, technically, from Tumbleweed down to the Welcome Center. I'm pretty sure that's an arroyo, maybe not a maintained path. A little bit crumbled in my bag. It's an apple cider donut. Some ants want to join the picnic. So we'll just chill, look at Georgia O'Keeffe's house and Chimney Cliff, have a little donut, and I'll see you back when I start to paint. let's time to paint right here at Georgia O'Keeffe's house. I'm gonna say it's Georgia O'Keeffe's house because I can see her house. So we're at her house, and let's see, we're in this shadow of this wonderful tree that's gonna let us have some coolness while we create. Here's what I brought. Here's some of what I brought. I have more stuff back at my ranch home and more stuff back at the B&B in Santa Fe, but I narrowed it down. And so this is just like a regular sketch pad, and I should take this off let me take it off the tripod. So this is like a regular sketch pad, and this one's a watercolor, which is the one I started to work on my Venice painting. And I think I'm gonna pick a new page. Whoa. So yeah, I had this one in Venice. So I've got a watercolor set, a palette. I got some brushes with me. That's some regular water from the tap that I put in the bottle so I can put it in here. And then I brought some markers and some pencils, and then a palette and another set of watercolors. So let's have fun. Woohoo! All right, let's get some paint on the paper. I do have that little easel with me and a big easel, but I just thought it would be easier for this tour to not have an easel to carry around. Let's get the top of Chimney Cliff. I know what he reminds me of. Jiminy Glicket, right? Martin Short's awesome character. Well, there we go. It's the start of Chimney Cliff. Oh, I meant Jiminy Glick. Jiminy Glick is this character. So, okay, I'm gonna get painting away, and I'll see you guys at lunch. I'm probably gonna walk around a little bit more too, before I get picked up. This is so relaxing. Makes me want to spend the summers here too.
So this is just a little start to the painting of gathering some of the colors from the mountain and from the landscape.
So I'm right here outside the entrance to the dining hall. It's almost lunchtime. That tour was so special. I had no idea that we get to see so many of the inspiration areas and locations for George O'Keeffe's paintings, and there's so many more. I just, included highlights in this video, and thank you to the amazing Susan and the friends on the tour. It was a blast. Let's see what's on the buffet. Okay, let's see what we have today. So it says wheat bread. This is a chicken salad and a chickpea salad for the veggies and the vegans. And here's a tomato soup. And tomato, lettuce, and cheese. I wonder if anything's out here at lunch. Oh, there is. Oh, an awesome salad bar. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. How cool. Let's see what the sweet treat is. It looks like one of them, maybe carrot cake. Let's see, a carrot cake. And a gluten-free cake. Ooh, that looks really beautiful. All right, well, we'll get our spot outside and then I'm gonna go and grab us our lunch. I think I'm gonna go out in the, maybe down in the grass or stay up here. Let's see. Gosh, it's so gorgeous. It's stunning. There's George O'Keeffe's Pedernal. I probably say it different each time, right? Okay, well, I'll see you when I get my. It is lunchtime here at the ranch. It is so cool. There's a breeze. It's so refreshing. Oh, it's glorious. I also didn't mention I'm not a painter. I'm always just doing a painting for fun. So certainly not a painter. So I got some of the it's vegetarian. There is dairy in it. Tomato soup. Oh, and it smells good. And a chickpea salad. It's really cool how they did it. Instead of like, there was like a chicken salad option. So this chickpea would be the equivalent if you wanted to make it on a sandwich, I suppose. Oops. And I made a cheese sandwich out of the pieces of cheese. And I wanted to try the coleslaw because it looked so good. Some more mushrooms because they were awesome last night at dinner. And I'm gonna try the gluten-free chocolate cake. I got some mayo and mustard to put on my cheese sandwich. And I made my favorite drink here, which is a combo of a little bit of cranberry juice, rest lemonade. It's actually really good and super sweet. Let's try I'm gonna try the coleslaw first. Oh, it's so delightful. Especially after the intense heat of the Abiquiu tour we just took of inspiration for really we just walked around basically like her yard where she lived and visited starting in the 20s through, the 1980s. So super, super amazing. Oh, it is really good. Coleslaw-licious. Let's give a chickpea a try. I'm a big chickpea, big hummus fan, and I'm a big olive fan, and this is full of olives. And I like banana peppers. And I got the sprinklers going, so it's like kind of misty. I saw there was like a market up by the Welcome Center. So Susan said that the local artists sell their art there on Fridays and Saturday, and it's Friday. Oh, yummy. Let's see if our soup is cooled. Mmm. I love a good tomato creamy soup. Oh, I'm gonna totally dig in now, and I'll see you later on while I do some pictures, doing some photos in certain spots. I'm gonna start up at the mountain, up by our tumbleweed. See you there.
So we're recreating some Georgia O'Keeffe portraits up next. Before I went to New Mexico from Florida, I decided that I wanted to recreate some portraits of Georgia O'Keeffe while I was at Ghost Ranch. These are the 4 I wound up doing. I planned to do more, but I didn't have the time this visit. My belt is twisted to the left so that the 2 X's that I hot glued on would show and match up in this shot, just like Georgia O'Keeffe's belt. I keep checking the reference photo of Georgia O'Keeffe so that I can try to get everything as close as I can to her portrait. I'm holding the remote control for the shutter release in my right hand, hidden behind the canvas. The first portrait that I did included this painting that I sat down on the ground of my Airbnb to make just a couple of nights before I went to Ghost Ranch. These are the colors of the paint that I mixed. I brought the acrylics from home and the large blank white canvas I did bring from home along with my easel. And this was a canvas that my mom had given me over 18 years ago, and it was the right time to paint on it right here in Santa Fe. As I was on the floor of my Airbnb painting that night, it began to storm and rain so heavy. It was the loudest storm I've ever heard in New Mexico. It was such a cool feeling to think that I was sitting on the ground of New Mexico, a ground that Georgia O'Keeffe would sit on to paint, and that she must have heard these same New Mexico storms with the heavy rain hitting the roof above her as she sat on her floor and painted as well.
the scenes of this painting shoot. I've got my remote for this camera. I've got my George O'Keeffe belt. I just reversed it and put the mountain on the other side. I think we got our shot. Okay. Well, that was fun. No one's here. I think I'm alone in Tumbleweed tonight. Next shot. I think I'll use that last one. Okay. Costume change. So we're up here recreating one of Georgia O'Keeffe's photos of herself with her painting and part of this mountain. Here's what that looks like. Okay, next one. There's a snake in my boots. This is hot. Some more behind the scenes.
I'm setting up to take this next shot, but a monsoon storm is coming. Other guests that were passing by took these photos of me.
So it's monsoon season and there's a monsoon coming. So I'm gonna go with the shot I got over my car. I do a costume change, and we're gonna come back into the ghost house and take another shot. But I got some photos here with my friend. Back from the monsoon, here we go for another shot. I forgot, this is a shot we're gonna do. I forgot to bring her hat back down, and I am not going back up the mountain. I can't leave the cameras and blah, 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 blah. So I'm gonna insert it, hopefully on Photoshop. Okay, let's do a test shot. Oh, come on. So I'm gonna check the exposure on my face to see if I need to make any adjustments before taking the actual print. Okay, the actual shot. So it's actually a perfect exposure. I think there's lipstick on my teeth, and I gotta fix my pose. But other than that, the exposure is good. Okay. Yeah, okay. You can see the remote there. So break through. So let me see. I'm gonna hide it under my jacket. Let's see. How's that?
forgot her hat. Oh yeah, that's like fine. I got my Georgia O'Keeffe hat at the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum online store. Oh, it's fine. I just got a sticker hat there and it's perfect. Okay, cool, that's done. So this ghost house is actually open 24/7. You can come inside. What is back there? I am gonna go up. I think we're gonna do 2 more shots. Tomorrow we'll take a closer look inside the ghost house. But look at the ceiling! Ah! Here's the next one that I'm working on here. And this is the result of the last one that I recreated. You can find my Georgia O'Keeffe themed self-portraits on my photography Instagram page called Starr Woods. Beautiful sunset. Tumbleweed. It's a beautiful night here at the Tumbleweed. Now would be a nice time to head on over to the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, and then we will return to Ghost Ranch. Well, we're here right now at the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. I forgot the correct cord for my receiver microphone, so I'm going to talk close to the phone here so you all can hear me. So here at the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum, we're going to take a peek around at a lot of the art. Maybe we'll recognize some things from Ghost Ranch and from the vlog. And they're actually setting up right now for an extra late night hours event. They're going to stay open later. They're going to have a DJ and they're going to have free snacks. So I'm so excited to be at this special museum, the only museum in the country dedicated to one female artist. It's gonna be special. Come along inside with me and then we'll head back to Ghost Ranch. Let's go. only photographs were permitted in the galleries.
Well, it's another beautiful morning here at Ghost Ranch. About to walk on over to breakfast with y'all. I came down and parked down at the Welcome Center. It is checkout morning for me. I've been here for 2 nights, but there's still a few more things I'd like to see with you all today after breakfast, after I pack up the car. There's a mercado here on Friday and Saturday, so we can check out some of the local arts for sale. I'd like to go peek at the Labyrinth, look at the art center, one of the museums, I think the paleontology one, the museums are included with our stay, and maybe check out some other art classes going on and all the beauty here at Ghost Ranch. So welcome to this fabulous checkout day. But you know, it's so incredible to be here. It's definitely gonna be sad to leave. But let's go enjoy and let's see what's at breakfast. Good morning. So I've parked down over at the Welcome Center, and let's take this path down over to the dining hall. We'll say good morning to my favorite mountain. There it is. Morning. There's a little bit of rain in our forecast this morning. I have my umbrella this time. Oh yeah, we're gonna come back in and look inside the ghost house later too. That says Agape Center. Right here. Agape Center. We have arrived at the dining hall. Let's see what's on the buffet this morning. Okay, so we have scrambled eggs, pork sausage, vegetarian sausage. Oh, yum. Our utensils. Everybody's inside. Let's see what's on here. So we got some eggs and some fruit, maybe like yogurt or cottage cheese. And it looks like some oatmeal. Let's take a look. Yeah, some gorgeous oatmeal and some oatmeal toppings. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a seat and then I'll grab the food. Oh, you know what? I think there's like bagels and things over here. Some bagels and bread. And butter, jelly, toaster, microwave. Some more bagels. All right, let's pick an outdoor spot. And I'll see you in a second with all the food. Good morning from Ghost Ranch Breakfast. Okay, so I have on my plate, I buttered and jellied a bagel. I found a little spot with, they had some pastries. I've got the eggs and the sausage, the veggie sausage, a banana. I'm at a wobbly bench. I'm like moving a little bit. OJ. I got some hot tea. Let's try the eggs. Nice and fluffy, perfection. What does the sausage taste like? Let's try that veggie sausage. I made to switch tables. I'm like literally on a seesaw.
This is what happened when I first sat down.
This sausage tastes just like real sausage. I'm gonna switch tables because I'm a little bit wobbly and dig into this breakfast. Did I show you the oatmeal? Yeah, I think I showed you that first. Have a little bit of OJ. Good morning from Ghost Ranch. Welcome back to the ghost house. Today we're gonna go and look thoroughly around inside. It's open 24 hours a day, like I said previously, and this is our welcome. Wow, this is super cool. This fella's wired on here to greet us all. Well, thank you for welcoming us. Well, thank you for welcoming us to the ghost house. Let's go take a peek inside. the ghost house. Let's check it out. I just think this table and chairs is so cute. Great turquoise chairs. Put down my bag and sunglasses. So this says, the Johnson House, 1936. This all-adobe structure is the only two-story building on the ranch. It was built for the Robert Wood Johnson family of the Johnson & Johnson pharmaceutical empire in 1935. The Johnsons were old friends of the Packs from Princeton, New Jersey. It had a fine piano that was on occasion played by composer Leopold Stokowski, the husband of Evangelina Johnson, sister to Robert and Seward Johnson. This building today is known as Cottonwood and contains the Ghost Ranch Library plus 2 guest rooms upstairs. Oh, cool. So that's where the library is. I haven't been to the library yet. Okay, so this is supposed to be about a photo from the 1930s of Ghost Ranch. Let's see. So this is, I guess, was the Pack family residence of 1937. The residence for Arthur and Phoebe Pack and their family was hillside cottage known as Casa Loma. Okay, I guess it's another cottage. Was this known? So was this known as the ghost house then? Now? Did it have other names? Are these about other houses? I don't know. The photograph on the dresser at the right is of the Pack children, Norrie, Vernon, and Peggy from Arthur Pack's first marriage. The Pack family's first home at Ghost Ranch was called Rancho de los Burros, which along with 7.5 acres was sold to artist Georgia O'Keeffe. Oh yeah, in 1940. Okay, so that's the house we saw when we were on the tour. Originally belonged to the Pack. And she said why they were able to lease it out. Because the Pack's, I believe the Pack's wife, left him. And he just started leasing it out after his wife left him. And this is a view from the guest cottages in 1937. Well, we're here in the ghost house. Is there any ghost house? Ah! Here we go. Ghost house, 1936, with garden and fruit trees. This jackal, wood and mud, an adobe building. Jackal, wood and mud, jackal. I've never heard of that expression used for a house. Building was built in the early 1980s. See how I reverse that? 1890s by the Archuleta brothers. This homestead was the only residence in the canyon and was the headquarters for the brothers' infamous cattle rustling operation. So here's Ghost House, how it looked in 1936 with its beautiful garden. That's another guest cottage, 1936. This is Garden House, 1936. So before Georgia O'Keeffe moved here permanently, this is a casita that housed Georgia O'Keeffe during several of her summer visits. So Ghost Ranch used to have its own produce, milk from cows and chickens, not milk from chickens. This cottage, so this group of cottages was called Pine and Cedar from 1936. Okay, so I mean, ceiling, gorgeous. Table, gorgeous. Fireplace, gorgeous. Throw in some air conditioning. I'll move it in. Another fireplace. Do not sit here. A trunk. Hmm. 2016. That's the red trunk. Okay, let's go see if we can peek in the back at the garden area. So there's more to this house. I believe it's offices or maybe it's a residence. People, I guess, are on that side, and I see people going in and out, like maybe staff. What a beautiful view when you step out into here where it says Ghost House 1. I just love the ceilings. It's the Pedernal. Oh, cool little screen on here. Screened in Adobe window. Absolutely gorgeous. So this is circa 1881. Always open. You know what's cool? Yesterday when that monsoon got going, as I was driving back up to Tumbleweed, a tumbleweed actually went across in front of my car in the road. An actual tumbleweed heading to Tumbleweed. It was awesome. Oh, love blue doors, shutters, chairs. Hey, blue door. So there's a group of casitas down a bit and then up a little bit. And I didn't get to go there this time yet, but let's walk out that way and I think we'll get close to it, see what we see along the way. But let's head up and check out an area where there's some other casitas. I'd like to stay up there maybe next time is a different spot. Gorgeous blue sky. So when we were at breakfast earlier and when I woke up, I guess it was probably in the upper 50s. It starts out cooler. I think we're already in the 70s and super sunny blue sky. And I guess we expect the monsoon time to be strong each day. It seems, at least the last couple days, was a nice windy rain. I don't know, somewhere maybe between 5 and 7 p.m. Ugh. And I am gonna have lunch there before I go. So it will be my last included meal from my stay. I don't know if that's residences. Oh, there's a library. Well, that's that 2-story building we just spoke about. So the library is open 24/7, always open, just like the ghost house. Oh, chili bistros. Love chili bistros. Book return. Did you bring your library card? Let's go see what we got. Library entrance. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. So this is this us? The Johnson & Johnson house? So that says the pond no longer exists. The adobe wall no longer exists. Okay, yeah, it's now called Cottonwood and houses the Ghost Ranch Library. And 2 guest rooms on the 2nd floor. Oh, interesting. Okay. So there's guests above us. And here's a computer that can be used. Apparently there's good, like, self-service in here. Here's about Route 66. Ghost Ranch 2024 calendar. Oh, that's a gorgeous tree. Some magazines. Here's a lot of travel books. Britain and Ireland. Traveler's History of Britain and Ireland. Mysteries of the Ancient America. Atlas of the North American Indian. Here's a book about the Hopi Indian. The Rio Grande Mountains to the Sea. Ancient land and ancestral places in the Pueblo Southwest. Oh, no. Here's some about Mexico, folklore of American holidays, railroads, the Great American Adventure, Michelangelo's paintings. Oh, here's some art. Picasso and portraiture. Plein air painting in watercolor and oil. Ooh. So it looks like we can borrow these books. Oh, here's about dinosaurs. We're gonna check out the Paleontology Museum later on after I eat. Georgia O'Keeffe in Texas, a guide. Georgia O'Keeffe collection. Oh, here's some questions and answers. Did Georgia O'Keeffe own Ghost Ranch? Answer. Miss O'Keeffe owned a home and 7.6 acres within the 21,000, I guess, acre? Well, 21,000, yeah, acre Ghost Ranch property from 1940 to 1986. And she started visiting here the first time, 1929, I believe, and then in the 30s, she came every summer. Where is this house? Can I see it? The house is privately owned by the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum. It is not open for tours. We do offer the Georgia O'Keeffe Landscape Tour. Please check at the Welcome Center front desk for availability. This tour allows you to look through the area around the house, her backyard. You will also see the location of many of her paintings, which we got to see that, right? When did Georgia O'Keeffe come here? She first came to Ghost Ranch in 1934 and stayed for a month as a guest. Where did she stay when she first came here? She stayed at the Georgia O'Keeffe cottage. Oh, so that cottage is her first place that she stayed when she visited here, the Georgia O'Keeffe cottage. Oh. And we'll just peek at that other room and I'll go back to my library voice. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. Poetry. There's the complete novels of Jane Austen. Tesoros del Espiritu, A Portrait and Sound of Hispanic New Mexico. Queen of America, a novel. This is a theology room. And back on our road to a peek at another location of some overnight stay options called casitas. Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. So many nooks and crannies. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is a super beautiful painting. And look at, there's the Pedernal. It is what you read when you don't have to. It is what you read when you don't have to that determines what you will be when you can't help it. Oscar Wilde. It's such a pretty painting. I really like it. Oh, a back door. Oh my gosh, this is like the coolest library I've been in. Oh, restrooms. I think I'm gonna hit that before we head. Okay, now this says Southwest Collection. See librarian for key. Okay, of course that totally intrigues me. Just the way it's painted on here. Like they painted a sign saying you had to get a key for this room. Remember, sign out any book you borrow. Directions are by the card catalog in the main reading room. When's the last time you heard that word? Card catalog. The Southwest Collection remains behind a key. Yep. I'm gonna take a restroom break and I'll see you back on the path to the casitas. Okay, so there's the Johnson & Johnson library building that we were just in. Looky here, looks familiar. Geology Kitchen Mesa. Learn more by visiting the Ruth Hall Museum of Paleontology. We will. And Florence Howley Ellis Museum of Anthropology. So the information consists of a combination of gypsum and limestone, which reflects the incursion of a shallow sea. The sea is not thought to have quite reached New Mexico, but salt water seeping through the desert formed a large saline lake that later dried out, approximately 160 million years old. That's the Toldilto Formation. Okay, so does that mean like, is it by layer? I don't know. The Entrada Sandstone. These spectacular cliffs are made of Jurassic Age rocks that, let's zoom in. that were part of a vast dune field thought to be one of the biggest in Earth's history that covered much of the northern New Mexico, the Colorado Plateau, and the western United States for tens of millions of years after the end of the Triassic period. The footprints of dinosaurs and other animals that inhabited these dunes are sometimes found in the sandstone, although not at Ghost Ranch. Not here, so let's take it off there. The Entrada sandstone is estimated to be approximately 165 to 180 million years old. Then the Chenley Formation. These rocks, which are brick red to grayish green in color, consist of sediments from 6 different rock units. Let's see, is this one going to be here? These sediments from this layer were deposited by rivers around 205 to 228 million years ago. The mudstone painted desert, which can be accessed through our tours, is petrified desert member of petrified forest formation. The uppermost unit of the Chinle layer is a thinly bedded red-brown to gray-brown siltstone to sandstone. This interval holds the skeletons of renowned New Mexico State fossil. I don't know how to say it. We're going to learn that at the Paleontology Museum. Is it Coelophysis bowery? Coelophysis? We'll find out. So that's where the skeletons of that person. Silo. We'll call him Silo. Silo. I think those are apples, and those are what would appear as other guest lodging locations. Okay, so I think we want to go back up that way to get up to the casitas. Yeah. Okay. So it's actually closer to the start of lunchtime. I wouldn't, by the time we get up there and look around, I'd miss a lot of the lunch period. So I'm gonna go back towards lunch, and then we're gonna head over, peek what's going on at the Arts Building and the casitas. Heading out this way. Oh, let's take another look over the wall into the pool. I'm gonna call it Pedernal. Giorgio Keeffe's mountain. I love seeing it. It makes me smile every time. Here's our pool. I'll see you all after lunch. I'll tell you what I had. So I wasn't gonna film this lunch, but this is extra impressive. It's a pesto tofu with peppers and mozzarella. That's all vegan. So vegan cheese, vegan, and you can make it like it's a, tofu parmesan sandwich. Some fries. I'll show you a close-up look at this beautiful tofu. I'll insert that here. I got some iced tea. It's unsweet. I added sugar. And some what appears to be, I thought it was oatmeal raisin type. Yeah, I think that's what it smells like. Oatmeal raisin, and I think they're like fresh baked. So I might have oat milk with that too. I had oat milk the other day on ice. Oh my goodness, it was so delicious. Here's that tofu. Check out that gorgeous big piece of pesto tofu with peppers and mozzarella, which is plant-based. Yum. Oh, what pretty sunflowers. So lunch is over. Let's head to those casitas. Here's a path. Okay, so there's some trails ahead. So then, are the casitas, do we continue this way to the casitas past the art center, or do we get to the, or do we go to the casitas that way? 'Cause I know we go up to a left. I'm gonna say we'll stay straight. Gosh, I love you, mountain. I think they hold events under here, like maybe wedding receptions. So we'll come back and peek at the art center. Oh, and the labyrinth, we'll come back to that too. Okay, cool. This is where we want to be. Some campers. Casitas. I see a sign. And there's a Kitchen Mesa Trail and Box Canyon Trail. So these beautiful casitas nestled up here. Casita bathhouse. Wow, look at the mountain. Huh? I found out that the artists in residence were actually staying here at these casitas at Ghost Ranch. I'm not certain if presently these casitas are also available for guests to book. So here's casita number 9 with hummingbirds. Oh, they're humming. Ooh. Catch my breath. I wanted to, this is not the ending of the video, but I wanted to take a second. I'm still out of breath. I get extra winded still here from the acclimation, but I feel good. Happy to be here. I'm so thankful you're watching. This is not the end, but I wanted to take a moment to say that thank you for sharing in this with me, how important this vlog is to me. It's super meaningful to me, and I'm happy that you're sharing in this vlog with me about Ghost Ranch and about Georgia O'Keeffe and this beautiful, beautiful place on earth. And thank you for discovering all of it with me. Thank you for watching. Okay, let's keep going. My favorite mountain. Let's walk back. Hello. You know, I feel like, and this is what I was looking at, that it eroded tremendously since the first time I came here. I felt like this land went out farther and it's kind of washed down and that it's narrower up here. I'm gonna say pretty much for sure this wasn't like as sloped here. Does anyone know about that? I'm talking like, when did I first come here? Probably 2015. Yeah, I feel like that changed a lot in the past, since 2015. Okay, so we're outside the art center. So like the last time I saw this, it was full of people with easels painting, but it doesn't look full of anything right now. Let's take a closer look. Oh, this is a pretty cactus. A little overgrown here. And there's rocks at the door. But there is a lone easel in the window. I'm gonna assume it has been abandoned at the moment. And can't wait to see what it becomes. What a gorgeous building. It was just beautiful location for creating. But I know the labyrinth's open. Where's the labyrinth? This way. Labyrinth. Well, hello. Hello, friend. Where's the labyrinth? I'm pretty short on oxygen, but I'll read part of it. The medicine water wheel. What is the water wheel? How does it work? A water wheel is the sacred geometry design you see above, laid out on the earth. It is based on a Native American medicine wheel. Its purpose is to energize, celebrate, and honor water. It is also a place to deepen our relationship with the spirit of water. A water wheel can be a personal altar in your home, or the design can be laid on the earth like a medicine wheel using cornmeal, flowers, or stones. 7 quartz crystals activate 6 points around the circle and the center and transmit healing energy to and from the wheel. Let's take a look at it. I'll zoom in closer. to renew our sacred relationship with water and heal the waters of Mother Earth. Oh, beautiful. Oh, this is the official entrance to it. So I will say, oh, this is called a cholla, right? Cholla, Cholla. The sun is getting extremely intense. Wow. What a drastic contrast from, it's like prickly things all over the path, from this morning and even how it was late at night. It's really refreshing. I mean, we appreciate the coolness early and late as a relief and balance to this extensive, intensive heat of midday, but whoo! So here we are, walking the labyrinth. Okay, well let me just zoom in for you because I just can't do this now. Walking the labyrinth. People in ancient and modern cultures have walked the labyrinth as a metaphysical journey, a meditative path to self-discovery, a way to find the holy place within themselves. There's no wrong way to use the labyrinth. There are some things, however, that make walking the labyrinth a more meaningful experience. Before entering the labyrinth, pause in silence. Okay, well, we'll do that. I'm going to be silent starting now. I can't read it all. But before leaving the labyrinth, pause and give thanks for the known and unknown gifts you have received today. And don't remove any stones. Okay. I've never done a labyrinth. I've seen it here, just, oh, we're a little crooked. going this way. Part of it with me. Oh, I'm supposed to pause when I come out. Okay. For the known and unknown gifts of the day. Let's do a mini labyrinth. So we pause before we enter. In silence. And see the beautiful rocks people have placed here. What What a great view of Chimney Rock. I can't really see it. Yeah, there we go. If it zooms in well. Chimney Rock. So I'm gonna hop over into the middle. We're gonna labyrinth lane hop. Let's see what was placed here. Notes. Would you like to place a stone? Ignore the chip nails. Oh, this one or this one? This one. I can't see the screen where it's focused on. Let's see. Okay, your stone. We'll go here next to the quarter. And that will conclude the labyrinth portion. But first, I'll allow you a chance to give thanks for your known and unknown gifts of the day before we exit. Okay, we're good. And I'm gonna see you back at the mercado at the Welcome Center.
What goes into that? Like June Kaneko, you know? Have you ever seen his? It's really couldn't live without it kind of tool for me.
Who makes it? Dolan? That's a pottery tool, huh?
Yeah,
Dolan?
I think it might be Dolan, but I'm not sure.
I've seen them.
I mean, other companies make it too, but. So as, some of you might have missed, I take this
Thank you
grid
all. Thank you.
and I really do a good job connecting the seam on the inside and panel and bars in here. That's why, I thought I was going to come on here. But anyway, because I just like the way it smells, and so with my cat, I think this is my house. So we were all.
So here we have a pottery program in progress. And what a fun group in there, creating from the pottery class here at Ghost Ranch. So there were just a few drizzles, but then it stopped. I'm good now. So, but there'll be some sort of monsoon later on, I bet. And we're close to the house called Georgia O'Keeffe House because they're saying it's the first one she rented when she visited here, right? So let's go walk by that and then to the mercado if it's still open. Okay, we've got Miss O'Keeffe's house in 5, 4, 3, 2. Her first stay, her cottage, George O'Keeffe Cottage, but I think someone might be staying here. I don't think it's, I think it's like, it's rented, I think. It's not like a tour. Hey, Miss O'Keeffe. That's a cool ghost ranch vehicle. All right, let's see if there's anything still for sale.
I'm saying it nicely.
Oh, it's really beautiful.
Thank you. All
The
handmade.
bracelets, wow.
I'd like to introduce you to Tolpayane Simbola, Red Sun Jewelry. We can find his jewelry creations on his Instagram, Red Sun Jewelry, and on his website, redsunjewelry.com.
Yeah, so let's see, this is what I call my dragon skin. So each one of these is actually individually stamped from the outside, and then I flip it over, take that stamp, line it up into a vise, and then take the second part of the stamp, which is the point, and actually stamp 3 times this way, turn it, and 3 times this way, so it gets the full impression. So each one of those is hit from the front and from the back, and then I go and cut each one out. So hence the dragon skin is
Gorgeous
there,
dragon skin creation.
Then with these, I've kind of expanded and made a bunch of different styles, but with this is really special because I took that single stamp, soldered 4 jump rings, and now I have a link. So then now this is what I was calling my dragon mail, like chain mail.
Right, right.
So,
Dragon mail, dragon mail.
Bangles, got some rings, and then this is my newest thing, which I've sold out of them from Indian market, but these are all made from one solid piece of silver. So for instance, this is kind of like one of the rings, but yeah, that's all one solid piece.
Wow. Oh, so you were at the Indian market in Santa Fe?
This was actually the Indian Market magazine here. This was for the year, the official guide. And
oh, and you're here.
Me in there. So
that's beautiful.
All 18 karat and an 18 karat ring.
Wow. I'm visiting from Florida. That was my first time at the Indian market.
Oh, you got to experience
yeah,
it. Isn't that
yeah.
something?
Oh, it was wonderful.
Yeah, like that's literally the world's largest market. And then being that now, since COVID, there's Indian market, and then there's the Buffalo Thunder market, the Free Market, which is at the Scottish Rites Temple, the Rail Yard Market. So literally about five or so markets happening at the same exact time in the same place. So.
And would you like to introduce yourself and where we can find your jewelry?
Absolutely. So my name is Tolpayane, and my business is Red Sun Jewelry.
Tolpayane?
Tolpayane, or Tolpai for short.
Tolpai. My name is Starr.
Starr, nice
Tolpai.
to meet you.
Okay.
And I'm on Instagram as Red Sun Jewelry.
Red Sun Jewelry.
Yeah, you can kind of see there on the front. I have other posters, but that all works. That's my number. And
Beautiful.
I do a lot of custom work as well, too. So.
Oh, and thank you for explaining the details of your dragon skin. Can I see all your rings? Oh my goodness.
So these were all given to me. These ones here, and then everything else I made. This was actually given to me in Hawaii last year.
Oh, wow.
I was wearing this on the beach, and a woman from France came up to me, and she asked about the bracelet, and she goes, hold on, I have something for you in my bag. Hold on. And
Can
she
you
goes and she
believe
runs
it?
and she gets her bag and she zips it up, or zips it open, and in the bottom, she pulls out this ring, and she goes, this ring is far too big for me. Do you mind?
so cool.
She's like, it was, and it
And it's
fit.
a dragon.
Yeah, and it's a dragon.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so and I'm gonna put little diamonds in the eyes and stuff, but yeah, I mean, it was just meant to be. It fits perfect, and so that's one of my favorites there. So yeah, and then this is a skull ring that I've made. So this is all solid silver. This is special. This is one of my dragon skin rings, but I actually set VVS diamonds on each one of the diamonds, so it's diamonds on diamonds. And then I have like even the year, my signature, handcrafted sterling on the inside. This one's about 4 1/4 ounces, and this one I made. This is actually my symbol here for my signature. So my name is TOLPIYINE. So it's actually TOLPIYINE. But it's an anagram, so it can literally be both ways, and that's what I use as one of my signatures. My other is my actual name, but yeah, so that's my symbol there. And then Tolpaine means red sun, so hence red sun jewelry, so that's why I put the sun there. And then this is one of my twisted cube deals here, and yeah, just some different stuff on my own billboard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And this is gold, and then I set a ruby on the inside of that there, so.
Stunning, incredible. I love it all. Thank you, Tolpai. And thank you for sharing your incredible creations with us.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So everybody, will check out Tolpai on Red Sun on Instagram.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Oh my.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll have that, but
So you're an artist in residency here?
I'm artist in residence. Yeah, we're basically there's 8 of us here at Ghostranch, and they reached out to they reached out to me, I guess, but it's 8 of us from the 8 northern tribes. So I'm from Pickery's Pueblo, and then there's also Sanai, Taos, Jemez. There's a lot of them. There's the 8 others, but basically I'm one of the 8, and so I'll be here for 12 days, and yeah, just working on a bolo that I haven't gotten to start yet, but I have an idea. So if you take a look over there, that mesa, the big mesa that's in the very background there.
That's my favorite.
So that right there is what I'm actually going to recreate into a bolo, and my plan is actually to do the traditional. This is technically called reprise, but this is done with a 2-part male-female stamp, so it's very precise. Whereas the traditional way is basically a bowl of pitch, which is pretty much like sap, like pine sap. So it's really hard at room temperature, but when you heat it up, you're able to impress like a sheet of metal into it, say like this, and then what you would do is you actually use tools, and then you kind of shape it from there. So what I'm gonna do is actually use silver, and then I'm gonna basically recreate that mesa out of silver, and then that'll be the centerpiece for the bolo. And then what I'm gonna go do is actually, once I'm there, I have some silicone putty, and what I'm gonna do is actually get the texture off of the mountain range, or the mesa, and that way I have that texture, and then I'm gonna impress wax into that, and then I will be able to make, so the bolo is gonna be the mesa. It's not gonna have a sky or anything, because I want whatever you hold it up to or whatever you're wearing to be kind of the background. So it'll be the silhouette of the mesa, all 3D, and then the bolo ties that come down, I'm gonna use that texture that I get from the mesa to actually make the bolo tips. And then the logo for Ghostranch is like George O'Keeffe's bull.
Right.
So I'm gonna make those, I'm gonna cast them out of, I'm gonna either carve them out of wax or 3D print them, and then I'm gonna hang those off of the tips there. So it'll be the mesa with the texture of the mesa, and then the bolo tips, and it'll say like Ghostranch on the back. So, and then we'll hopefully get the museum to buy it afterwards.
That's extraordinary.
Yeah,
I think that'll be a good idea.
how creative and incredible.
Thank you.
And the actual texture from that mesa from here at Ghost
Yeah,
Ranch.
when I thought of that, I was like, all right, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm running with this idea. So.
That's extraordinary. That's going to be
the
very special.
little tips hanging off with the
With
skulls.
the Georgia, absolutely. I actually posed with that skull. Did you see it at one of the ghost house in front of the ghost house?
Actually, no.
So just straight down here past the little Georgia Keeffe house they call cottage. The next one I think it is, or the one after that is called the ghost house. It's always open 24 hours a day, but out front is that skull hanging there.
Oh,
and I actually tried to recreate one of her pictures with it. Yeah, awesome. I dressed exactly like she did in that picture. And I did. It was it was a lot of fun. And tell us about the mercado here.
So this is all new to me, to be honest. I've never been to Ghost Ranch, so I'm really excited. And pretty much what it is I'm not sure what mercado means. I think it just means market in Spanish. But it's Friday, Saturday, from 9 till about, what time is it now? About 3:30 usually.
It's time. Okay.
Yeah, it's just pretty much a bunch of us local artists, or I guess a handful. You know, there's only, what would you say as far
Today
as artists?
there were 12 tables.
12
Nice.
tables. Real small.
So I've
real
caught
intimate.
towards the end of the day. Okay.
Start wrapping up.
So Fridays and Saturdays. Okay.
My thing is, any show that I've ever done, I always stay till the very end. It's like, why? What's the point of
I agree. Yeah. Well, thank you. I cannot wait to see that finished bolo.
Well, you'll be following me, so I will share it.
I will.
Here, why don't you come here? Let me see.
Yeah.
That way people can actually see here.
Yeah. That's every time I've shown that in my vlog, I say that's my favorite mountain.
So this is
we have to find out what that mesa is called.
right. Yeah. So.
He's extremely.
Thank
you. You got it. Oh, thank you, Tolpai. Oh, wonderful. While I'm putting this in the vlog. Okay. I got Tolpai's dragon skin on, and we're gonna do a selfie. Okay.
One like that. One vertical. Gotta cover it all.
Do you want? If you guys want, I'll take a picture.
Oh, thanks. Okay, sure. I put the dragon skin on. Okay.
All right, let's get you guys with some background. That's good. Okay.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Tolpai.
Thank you
Thank
so
you. We're
much.
about to see your photography.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I'll see you later. Time for me to go. Not me running off with the dragon skin bracelet. I was reunited with this bracelet when Tolpai let me wear all of these beautiful creations from his jewelry line to the Santa Fe Fiesta weekend, including his dragon Starr with 2R earrings. That's the name they already had that were at his mercado that he customized into clip-ons for me. Here is the bolo that Tolpai made, some of his photos from creating at Ghost Ranch, and some of his jewelry that we can find on his Instagram and at his website. Tolpai's Mesa Bolo can be seen in person at the Florence Hawley Ellis Museum of Anthropology at Ghost Ranch. Sure. Bye, Tolpai.
My name's Karen Butts, and I've got original photography here. I don't edit anything. I've got a lot of Abiquiu images. I've got a lot of Ghost Ranch images. And
Are these yours?
Yeah.
Oh, that car is gorgeous.
Our neighbor's car. He's restoring it, but he's going to keep that patina. It was originally in 1949. It was a green like this, and it faded to that color, and so he's going to clear coat it instead. This is from Colorado. This is Wolf Creek. Wow. And then I've got lots of Ghost Ranch and other Abiquiu images here.
And you have a history
at Ghostranch.
Yeah, I do.
What was your role here?
I was the tour manager, and I developed many of the tours, and I led the tours for 16 years and expanded them dramatically and got the trail ride kicked in and going. And,
Ooh.
and
Oh, these are gorgeous.
thanks. That's Clara Cup Cactus. There's a hummingbird right there.
Oh.
And that's a gallery board. It's a little bit larger format. And it's stiff enough people can put them in their like cubicles or on their walls at home. And that's Desert 4 o'clock. It's a native plant.
I've never heard of it.
Yeah, blooms every year. Blooms
Desert
in the morning.
4 o'clock.
Desert 4 o'clock. This is blooms in May around Mother's Day, and this one is called narrowleaf yucca. It's a really cool plant, and the native people used to use all parts of it.
So is that where we get yucca from?
It's one of the yuccas.
So I bet I pronounce, you know, sometimes I say yucca, but it's really yucca?
It's yucca.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it either way, yeah.
And these are all single cards.
Oh,
5 by
great
7.
zoom on this bee.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And
Some
that is here at
stunning
Ghost Ranch.
Ranch.
That's
yeah.
up on the way to Kitchen Mesa, which you were just getting a photograph in the background. So that's on Box Canyon on the way to Kitchen Mesa. And the chamisa's blooming. It's yellow in that one. So there's lots of different images. You've got lots of florals, landscapes. This one I just took last month. And these, I don't edit anything. That was a natural color I saw. There's no filters or anything.
Wow.
It's
Karen, thank you for sharing your photography with us here at the Mercado.
Yes, absolutely.
And everyone, yeah, come on down and check out Karen's photography. And is there a website or an Instagram that we could also check out?
Website? Yeah, it's what is it? It's Abiquiu Artist Market. Here's my card.
Okay, awesome.
So, there it is.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, gorgeous. And I'll put it up on type right here.
I was just about to call you.
Thank you, Karen.
Yes,
Bye-bye.
Thanks for stopping.
Welcome to Ghost Ranch.
And here, I'll put your,
Here.
let me zoom in. Oh, I love your name.
Thank you.
And thank you, Kira.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
This is just for incidental.
This thing phones me down and I get into it and it's just,
My grandfather was actually a watch repairman, so he obviously was very
Wow,
to be able to deal with the small details of
tiny
watches.
stuff, yeah. Oh, wow.
So that's what he did. So.
Cool.
One was a watch repairman, the other was a coal miner.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
Let me, I don't know if you want to.
Sure.
Let me get it a look.
So we can find online. Where would we find your knife creations?
Or
how can they reach you?
I'll put this one in.
Oh, here we go. Here's your number.
You should have come earlier. Well, let me get
I
you
know
a-
I'm too late. I'm the end of the day.
Yeah, let me-
I'm sorry.
Let me get a card here.
Oh, perfect. I'll show that, and I'll hold on to it too. Yeah.
And
I'll put the information up on the screen. Yeah.
Yeah, because
yes.
it's
I understand. Yeah, perfect. Yes. Okay. And tell us about them. Or one pick, or one of,
So this, I make this. Me and my son, we make this knives out of recycled steel from old sawmills, and the anders are from the area out here in northern New Mexico, from deer and elk, and we try to recycle and repurpose as much as we can.
Wow. Simply gorgeous. Thank you so much. Thank you. Take care. Well, that Mercado was awesome. Incredible artists here at the Mercado. So totally check it out Fridays and Saturdays and get there early. I have more of the goods before they sell out. And I think this is the paleontology. Is that it? Let's see which museum this is. I mean, could it be? Let's see. Look at Chimney Rock. So here's an entrance to the Chimney Rock trailhead. Falling Tears Memorial Fountain. Let's see on the map where we're going. Let's see. Museums. Okay. Museums. Museums. It should be next. Oh, what a gorgeous looking building. So there's two museums, and we're gonna go pop into the Museum of Paleontology. Look how spectacular it is. With the Chili Ristra. Hello, good, how are you? Okay, yes, thank you very much. I know nothing about the paleontology history here. Which is the is this whole one the paleontology museum?
This is the anthropology museum where you are now. The paleontology museum is through that door there. Just
I think I'm gonna head there.
Okay.
No disrespect to the anthropology. I just promised them paleontology, but should I still sign here or?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so this is the anthropology side. And then we're gonna pop in really quick to, oh, here we go. This way to see the dinosaurs. Oh, straight ahead. We're like in this cute courtyard. Wow, we need more time at Ghost Ranch, don't we? Oh my goodness. Hello? Well, I guess it's just us and the dinosaurs. Oh. Okay, here we go again about our rocks, right? Super cool. Do we really have this place to ourselves? Oh. It's eerily cool in here. It's really like a real dinosaur. It's like a real dinosaur fossil vibe. So this is what we read in that other sign about the layers of the rocks. The Todilto Formation, gypsum and limestone deposited by a highly saline inland sea or lake. This layer is well exposed as the cap rock on Kitchen Mesa. So the Jurassic rocks at Ghost Ranch. Rocks that formed during the Jurassic period dominate the cliffs at Ghost Ranch. After Pangaea split apart at the end of the Triassic period, North America moved north of the equator. During the Jurassic period, New Mexico lay in the dry mid-latitudes and the climate was much drier than during the Triassic period. So does that mean that's Kitchen Mesa? Is that Kitchen Mesa? Is my mesa Kitchen Mesa? Let's see, we've got someone over here. I bet this was our silo resident of, could this be silo? We're gonna find out. Was this the one that was found here? Well, there's a different name for it. So apparently this is an audio guide. I don't know. I'm assuming he's from New Mexico. But I think we'll ask on the way out who this smiling face belongs to. Oh yeah, it's really like alligatory, right? Interesting. So, I don't know, is this recreating like the dig site here? Oh, here we go. Growth in silo. Bone changes over the lifetime of an animal, and examining the internal structure can tell us how much about an animal's life history. Bone histology is the study of cellular structure using cross-section slices that are examined under a microscope. Oh, here's about the discovery. Oh, I guess I'm going backwards. Okay, so Triassic paleontology at Ghost Ranch, the setting. Ghost Ranch has produced more skeletons of Triassic dinosaurs than anywhere in the world, as well as abundant fossils of animals that lived at the same time. The dinosaurs and other Triassic fossils at Ghost Ranch come from the Chinle Formation, the reddish sedimentary rock exposed at the bases of the cliffs. The Chinle Formation is divided into 4 members, 2 of which produce fossils in the Ghost Ranch area. The petrified forest member is reddish and greenish mudstone and sandstone, while the red siltstone member or Moanave member is pale reddish sand and silt. Both were formed by ancient rivers and lakes. So here is a gorgeous picture from Ghost Ranch and early paleontology near Ghost Ranch. So between the mesas, the Cerro Blanco on the left, which is that, and the Capulin Mesa on the right, 25 miles west of Ghost Ranch, the first silo and typothorax specimens may have come from the small hill between the mesas. So some of the excavation quarries. Recent discoveries near Ghost Ranch. 1998, amateur fossil collector Mark Snyder found black fossil bones eroding out of the hillside a few kilometers from Ghost Ranch. Over the next 3 years, the location was excavated by a team from the New Mexico Museum of Natural History and Science led by Andrew Heckert and Kate Ziegler. The Snyder Quarry has produced hundreds of bones, recording a remarkably diverse fauna of phytosaurs, ictosaurs, rhizosuchids, and all these others, and smaller rare animals such as clams, crustaceans, fish, and possibly even early relatives of mammals and lizards. Charcoal is common in the Snyder Quarry, and it is possible that wildfires were seasonally frequent. Battleship Rock along Highway 84, several kilometers south of Ghost Ranch, the Aetisaur came out of the layered reddish rocks I wonder if that's on our way home.
Yes, it was on our way home. Here it is, Battleship Rock, where the Aedosaur was within.
Oh my gosh, this is what we just learned about at the museum. It looks silhouette-y. I don't want to get out of the car, but it's part of this formation, right? That we just saw in the I wish it wasn't, it's absolutely gorgeous, but it's just, you know, because of where I am, that it looks so, yeah, that's it on our way home. Or somebody was found, right? They found a dinosaur, a lot of bones, the most bones, right? Looks familiar. Of the siltstone member of the Chinle Formation. The yellow rocks on top belong to the younger Entrada Formation. So really, really cool. The silo. And how we are in an area very prolific for the dinosaur friends. They loved living here. So, oh, it's the keeffe. Oh, it's the keeffe dinosaur. Oh my gosh. Oh, thanks for discovering that. Okay, it's the keeffe. The yellow and brown sculpture on the right of the diorama depicts the possible life appearance of Abiquiu keeffe, a new fossil reptile discovered in blocks of rock collected at Ghost Ranch in 1947 and 1948. The name honors both Ghost Ranch and the artist Georgia O'Keeffe. Well, hello, Ghost Ranch ponies. Coming to say hi. So there are 2 stops on my way out of Ghost Ranch. This is one of them. Let's say hi to some of the horses. Hello, my friends. Hello. Oh, aren't they just so beautiful? So here's some of the Ghost Ranch horses. And I suppose that's where you can do like the trail rides. Hello. Hello, friends. Hi, beautiful. Thank you, Ghost Ranch ponies. Woohoo! So a monsoon is starting to kick in about the same time as yesterday, but this is one of my favorite places on Ghost Ranch, so we've got to take a quick peek. Can I get on this rock? Let's go. Huh. It's so, do you see the lighting here? Like, is this even real? Not quite sure. Whew! Wow. I wonder if it's still open. There's been many movies filmed here. One of them is called like something Buster Scraggs from like a couple years ago. And then there's another one. I don't know what, maybe something else. But I'd film a movie here. I mean, I totally feel like I'm on Little House on the Prairie. Oh my goodness, isn't it extraordinary? Look at all this wood, look at these beams. I love it. Well, it's about to monsoon. Why is there like hay? I guess either someone's been sleeping there or living there or animaling there. Wow. Woo. Loose boards. Wow. Oh, my goodness. The earth is so dry looking. I'll show you after I pose for this shot. Oh my gosh. It's as if it like hadn't rained, but like it is monsooning all the time here, every day, right? A beautiful, love the monsoon. Let's do a little cabin pose. If this doesn't fall apart on me. Hello from Ghost Ranch Cabin. Isn't this just extraordinary? Oh, I want to rent this. Okay, let's beat the monsoon. Check out the earth. I love Ghost Ranch. The ground, check it out. So arid looking, right? Look at this monsoonness. I think it's time to hit the road. We're gonna head back to Santa Fe, just like George O'Keeffe did when she would go get her groceries, the George O'Keeffe way. windy. Woohoo! Do you see the lighting on this? Have you ever seen anything more beautiful in your life? Like, who's just put the spotlight on? Oh my god. Well, my visit to Ghost Ranch was extraordinary. I loved it. It was so inspiring. There's so much more to see and do, so many workshops and classes to take. I can't wait to return. But up next is the official outro. At least it was meant to be the outro that I filmed when I was at Ghost Ranch. I wound up removing my microphone right before I started the outro. Here's when I took off my mic. So there it was. I placed my mic in my back pocket there, but since I still had the receiver plugged in, it knocked out all my sound pretty much. And so I thought to myself, well, you know, once I edit the whole video through from start to finish, I probably will have some other thoughts to say in the outro. So I'm gonna go ahead and do a voiceover outro after it's all edited. So that's what you'll be hearing over me saying my first outro. So it's not gonna match my mouth movements, but there's the new outro. And it was really like a dream to visit Ghost Ranch, and I am so grateful that you all joined me at Ghost Ranch as well. And I hope to see you on the next vlog or live stream, but back to my outro. So yeah, there's gonna be a couple versions of an outro, but instead of doing full voiceover here, why don't we just talk from right here back home in Florida? Yes, that's Kitchen Mesa behind us, but we're really in Florida. Georgia O'Keeffe spent the last 40 years of her life in the isolation and solitude of the New Mexican desert, and it's easy to feel why. Visiting Miss O'Keeffe's Ghost Ranch invigorated me and filled me with inspiration, and that's what traveling and exploring does to me. I've loved learning about Georgia O'Keeffe's life, including some things I never even knew before. Like, she was invited by the Pineapple Dole Company in Hawaii to travel to Hawaii and paint a series of pineapple paintings for them. And that's just what she did. She visited Hawaii in 1939. She spent 9 weeks in Hawaii, and she was creating art, and she did those pineapple pieces for the Pineapple Dole Company. When writing a letter to her friend Anita, Georgia O'Keeffe said the following. So this is from a letter that she wrote to her friend. Dear Anita, did you ever have something to say and feel as if the whole side of a wall wouldn't be big enough to say it on? And then sit down on the floor and try to get it onto a sheet of charcoal paper? And when you put it down, look at it and try to put into words what you've been trying to say with just marks? Anita, I wonder if I'm a raving lunatic for trying to make these things, you know? I don't care if I am, but I do wonder sometimes. And that's the end of the quote from her letter. So that's Georgia O'Keeffe having a lot of inspiration and a lot of emotion that wants to come out and turn itself into art for sure. In fact, it doesn't just want it to come out, it can't help do anything else but express itself into art. Presently, in the year 2025, the Georgia O'Keeffe Museum that we just visited in the vlog is being relocated into a much larger 54,000 square foot building in Santa Fe. And it's going to be called the new O'Keeffe. Because Georgia was right in her letter to Anita that I just read. Everything that she has to say could never be big enough to fit on the whole side of one wall. Georgia O'Keeffe, a woman who I truly admire, moved to a place because when she visited, it called her. It was where she was meant to be. She met people who connected her to her new home, but most importantly, connected her to her true self within herself. Her creativity was set free in Ghost Ranch, and so was she. I hope that a little bit of that dusty dirt, that glorious soil that Georgia O'Keeffe walked upon on the earth of Ghost Ranch rubbed off onto the soles of my shoes and was absorbed into my soul. I think that it did. Ghost Ranch is an enchanted place that inspired me to create. It's also a place where I felt a connection to my mother and to my true self. Thank you all for staying at Ghost Ranch with me. One more thank you and goodbye from here in Ghost Ranch in Abiquiu. Thank you so much for joining me. Bye-bye. Like and subscribe. Okay, thanks. Bye.